There we go. Right, I should charge the phone. Okay, now that that's out of the way, this ought to work. Yep.
Woodensu says. Test.
Most certainly, he says test. Yeah, that's all right. Good. Now, tomorrow I work in the morning, but I have changed my sleeping schedule during the beloved holidays. And last night I went to sleep, well, not at night, but instead the morning. So, I don't know exactly when I'm gonna sleep. Normally I'd sleep now or in about an hour, but I don't plan on doing that. I don't think I'll even be able to. That's why I don't plan on doing that. And instead, I'm gonna do some other things. Like, one thing I would like to do is make a simple graph of shorts of some operating systems that I've been studying lately. Out of curiosity. One thing I would like to also do in the meantime is update my tablet to Android 15. But that's no normal update. So gonna have to go through a procedure. What? URL Wi-Fi. There we are. Android 15 came up for this device this month. Well, the maintainer ported it. It's not officially supported, and let's update that. I wonder, can I use this shitty webcam to view of the tablet as I'm working on it? That could be possible, yeah. Let's see. Yep. Okay, so it's connected. Shitty as always. And see what I can do with it. Come on. So I've got the tablet right here. Yeah, this is a horrible idea. How could I do it? How could I possibly get that done? Oh. Whoops. This is something. Running on hopes and dreams. That's what this is. Setup. But work with it. So let's look at the instructions first. Yeah, that'll do for now. Okay then. Upgrading Lineage OS on Samsung Galaxy Tab A7 Wi-Fi. Basic requirements. Read through the instructions at least once. Test. Before actually following them, so as to avoid any problems due to any missed steps. Blah blah blah, what the fuck am I reading? You actually want to upgrade your device to the newest version. If you wish to downgrade to an earlier version of Lineage OS, that's how it's pronounced. Lineage or Lineage? I think it's Lineage. Retard mode, yes or no?
Lineage.
Lineage, yeah, it's Lineage. Lineage OS. Follow your device's instructions for installing Lineage OS for the first time. Manually upgrading Lineage OS. Following these instructions will not wipe your data. It is, however, I think that's data. Oh, I always prefer to call this word data.
Data.
Well, fuck people who say it's called data. It is, however, recommended to save important data before doing so. I'll risk it. I'm too bored to back up and I don't have something that precious in there. I have cloud saving on, so anything that I deem particularly important is automatically saved, so not gonna bother with the rest. The Updater app does not support upgrades from one version of Lineage OS to another and will block installation to any update for a different version. Right. Upgrading manually requires similar steps to installing Lineage OS for the first time. Oh, that's a pain. It's a bit of a pain. That I'll manage. Verify your device is using the latest Lineage recovery. Simply download the latest recovery file, named recovery.img. Follow your device's installation guide to see how you can update your recovery image. Okay, so this is for our device, and the latest one is this one from... the fuck? The second, 4 days ago. Right, it's a nightly. They're all nightly though, so whatever. And this is it. Okay. Installing Lineage OS on Samsung Galaxy Tab A7, blah blah blah. Basic requirements. Read through, yeah. Make sure your computer has ADB and fastboot. Right. Enable USB debugging. Okay. Normally I wouldn't upgrade so soon, I don't think. I'm not the type of person that goes for those. I'm not an early adopter of new technology because I know there's always kinks, and I don't have the patience. Oh, I need water. I don't have the patience to deal with them. I'd rather they are the most annoying kinks are ironed out before I update to another operating system or something. I'll be right back. Right. As I was saying, I'm not an early adopter, but the reason why I've decided to update to Android 15 so early is because this should I call it firmware, operating system? Honestly, I think it's the kernel's fault. But whatever's fault it is, what is currently running? Well, the operating system, the kernel is part of the operating system. So, this kernel has very bad battery optimization. Basically, once you close the screen and lock the device, normally a lot of the background processes would be minimized, would be closed, shut off, so that the battery is not drained. Only very few very important processes would work while the device is locked, so that battery maximize the performance of the battery would be maximized. For some reason, that doesn't seem to happen with this device. So I want to see if this new version of Android has a better kernel with better battery performance. Otherwise, every time I stop using the tablet, it'd be better if I just shut it off completely before opening it again. And that's not really a great experience. It's very annoying. It's very time consuming. It's very unintuitive. It's not nice. Doesn't work right. Excuse me. So, how to update the recovery? We've got the IMG file, right? Yes, we do, and need to get that on. Well, might as well download the new version of Android as well, and then pass both of them to our little pal over here. Read through the instructions at least once, blah 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 blah. Oh, I wanted to enable debugging, USB debugging, though I think it's already enabled. Look. It wasn't enabled. Huh. Okay. Well, it is now. Close, little bro. Okay. Have to download them as again. Oh no. Fuck me. Okay, I remember there was like some things were omitted from the guide, were missing, and I wanted to report them, but I tried to, but kind of gave up on that because it seemed far too tedious. Make a simple report of something missing. I guess we'll have to encounter that again. I'd like to check something. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Back you come. And let's make a new folder with all of these things. There they are. Naming these. How they're supposed to. Yeah, that'll do. What else? Well, time to flash them, I guess, so... Have to turn off the device first. Yep, power it off completely. Test. Should be fine. Okay. Right, the device has been turned off now. In order to get into download mode, I think I need a USB cable. Need a USB cable. I need a USB cable. Got one. And I am actually going to connect it to the motherboard directly, not through the case front panel ports, because those are unreliable and you don't want to get fucked. While updating, because if lost while flashing the firmware, even for a second, you could break the device. You don't want that. Okay, so before I plug this USB cable into the device, I'm gonna hold the what buttons were? I think there was both of the volume buttons. I may be wrong though. We'll try both of the 3 buttons. Fuck. worked. Custom OS can cause critical problems. Although, actually, I may have... I'm not following the guide to a T because it's not correct either. It's not... It's missing some things, and... but... Should I have transferred the files over to the SD card of the tablet while on the operating system, or should I just go straight here and flash them one by one? That's what I'm not sure about. Volume up, continue. Oh, I guess restart. Fuck it, whatever. Okay. Let me think. Let's boot.
I believe. I believe. I believe that the reason why women get raped is because of the clothing they're wearing. You take a piece of meat and you place it on top of a tree. Lions see it. They're not going to let it go. They're going to eat that piece of meat. I believe that
Okay, so we are in. We're gonna connect the tablet to the computer, and now we are going to transfer all these files we downloaded earlier to the SD card, the tablet. What the fuck? Did they answer completely though? That was a sudden change. Well, hopefully. Yeah. Okay. Now let's reboot into recovery. And the way to do that was how? I think there was a way through the OS. How to put into Lineage OS recovery. Settings, system, advanced gestures, power menu, advanced restart. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of things. Pro tips, searching settings with recovery returns the answer to. That's pleasant. Yep, there it is. When unlocked, include options in the power menu for restarting into recovery or bootloader. Okay, let's do it this way then. Simple. Where is it? It's not here. Well, there it is. Recovery. Okay, we are into recovery. Let's update it. Apply updates from disk. Downloads. There it is. It doesn't see the recovery itself. You have to flash that, it seems. Should be able to flash it still. So just gonna have to mess around with some things. So advanced, enter fast reboot bootloader, reboot to recovery, mount and mount, enable ADB. ADB enabled, okay. Apply update from ADB. Now send the package by typing that. Okay, let's open CMD now. It's a bit of a pain, but should I mess with that VB meta file or whatever the fuck it was? Yeah, VB meta. I think that was one of the earlier steps of the guide. Yep, download it, open command prompt in the folder where the blah blah blah, and do that, and then do you flash that? What do you do with that? I think you flash that, but where is the command? Okay, you do it through Odin. That's a pain in the ass, but okay, fuck it, we'll do it. Open a command prompt here. PowerShell will do. Tar the file by using this command. File has been tarred. Here it is. Now open Odin. I don't remember where Odin is. Fuck. There he is. Hello, little bro. Doesn't seem like it sees the tablet, unfortunately, so I have to put into download mode. That's a shame. Put into loader.
I'm going to London.
Lol. Why are we back here?
AMD touches the lives of billions. Powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device. Automotive to automation. Curiosity to creativity. Business to breathtaking. AI to awe. And we're just getting started.
We're just getting started. Okay. Okay.
AMD. Together we advance.
I'm guessing they've had some weird audio problems.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for joining us.
that's a bit
I'm
embarrassing.
so happy to be here with you today. Every year, CES turns
Jesus Christ.
Vegas into a world of possibility.
This is really a problem on their side.
So much
Yep.
for joining us. I'm so happy to be here with you
Okay,
today. Every year, CES turns Vegas into a
blah
world
blah
of
blah blah
possibility.
blah. Yeah, it
Where
doesn't
the
go
only
to
limit
that.
to our
So
future technology is our imagination. At
have to do
AMD,
what we did.
we've been relentlessly pushing the boundaries of high-performance computing. We are the powerhouse behind the technology you interact with every single day, helping people and enterprises rethink what computing can do for them. We power the laptops and workstations that fuel your creativity.
There we go. Good
To your
job.
consoles where you game and unwind. With high-performance processors and graphics that make the impossible possible. We power cars, manufacturing devices, surgical robotics,
Okay.
and communication
There we
towers.
go. All this should see. Yep,
In
it
Japan,
sees the device
we
now.
power train safety by enabling AI-driven track inspections to drive operational efficiencies. Our technology is revolutionizing industries like fish farming with touchless systems that ensure sustainability in a world where sea temperatures continue to rise. We also power the most fascinating research projects in the world, like the European Organization for Nuclear Research, which uses AMD technology to process massive quantities of data in the quest for clues on the origins of the universe. Whether you know it or not, you probably interact with AMD technology every day. As we continue to push the boundaries of what computing can do to advance the world around us.
Download the new.
And we're just getting started.
Blah.
Today, I'd like to zero in on
Check the
end-user
box labeled next
devices
to the bottom.
across
AP,
gaming,
and click the
AI
AP button.
PCs, and the enterprise.
Select the tar
Showing how
file.
AMD will change the way you work, play, and create. Thank you all for joining us.
Start.
Let's get started with gaming.
Gaming, baby.
We recently launched
Okay,
the
that
world's
flashed.
best gaming processor
Says pass.
with the
Software is
Ryzen 7
completed.
9800
Good.
X3D, a tribute to the gamer's pursuit of perfection.
Okay. After that,
Ever since we launched the
we
9800
update the recovery. Let's
X3D,
update the recovery
gamers
itself.
all around the world
That
have been
ought to
blown
be done
away at
through
the leap
ADB.
in gaming
And in
performance.
order to do it through ADB, we gotta
The
go back
community
to
has
the
been asking whether we can take one more leap forward with creator applications to push the boundaries even further.
where
And today,
custom
I'm
recovery.
super excited to announce that we're taking the technology in the 9800 X3D into a new 16-core processor.
Whoa! Whoa!
When you're a creator, every second of your time is valuable.
Yeah.
We are delivering the next frontier in content creation. Welcome to the new Ryzen 9 9950 X3D processor.
Yeah, here's the chip. Bye-bye.
Combine the best technology for gaming and the best technology
All
for
right.
creators into a single package.
Bro, shaking. Damn.
On the left side, we've got an 8-core CCD
Should have
and a bonded
followed
3D SRAM.
Mark Cerny's
On the right
steps.
side,
if he
we have
would
additional
knew he would
8
be shaking
Zen
like
5
that.
cores that can reach the highest
roll a
frequency
joint.
possible. This combination
And then
gives
you're
you
good
the
to go.
highest core count when you need it,
Before the
highest
presentation.
cache size when your application requires
Advanced.
it, and the highest
Advanced
frequency
little bro.
when your
Ah!
workload demands
Why are
it.
you lagging?
The new 9950
What did I even press now? I have no
X3D
idea.
is simply the world's best 16-core gaming processor.
Okay.
It delivers an average 8% performance increase across a broad range of titles over our prior generation. Personally,
Okay.
I've been playing some of my favorite games, such as Hogwarts Legacy and Space Marine
needs some
2,
time,
and seeing over
seems.
20% performance increase over the 7950
go.
X3D.
Um,
We also tested Intel's new Arrow Lake processor, and the 9950 X3D is on
press enable
average
ADB.
20%
It's
faster in gaming
enabled.
than their
Apply
best.
update.
And in many games, such as Space Marine 2 and Cyberpunk
Yes,
2077, we are over
disk,
35% faster.
But it didn't
Just
see it
like
before.
the 9800
Maybe it
X3D,
needs to be tarred, that
the
file,
9950
that image.
X3D also shares the title for the world's
Fucking
best
annoying.
gaming processor. In addition, the 9950
do it through
X3D
ADB,
is also a new
through-
king
yeah,
in
ADB.
content creation. It delivers an average 13% performance increase across the most popular content creation workloads over
What should
our
I
prior
press now?
generation. And in popular benchmarks such as Cinebench and Blender, we are
Okay, update the recovery, update the recovery. Bunch of bullshit, for fuck's sake. Yeah, you have to tar the recovery as well. Okay. Should have just linked to this page from the get-go. Where's the Android? There it is. Guess we'll have to. And now we'll have to. Should I do it through Odin or ADB? it's a bit unclear. Is it the same? What are all of these options? There's some. What are the details? What's the difference? Anyways, open a command prompt for a tar file by running that. Through AP, you do the same. That's fucking. What a joke. Should have selected power off too. Fuck.
We are seeing over 15% performance improvement.
I knew it'd take a while, so I guess this is nothing but expected.
And compared to Intel's new Arrow Lake processor, the 9950 X3D is on average 10% faster, and seeing performance improvements of more than 30% for workloads such as 7-Zip and Adobe Photoshop. Simply put, the Ryzen 9 9950 X3D is the world's best 16-core processor for both gamers and content creators.
Ooh.
But we're not stopping at desktops with X3D. We want to bring the best gaming and content creation experiences everywhere. And today, I'm super excited to also share that we're bringing our Zen 5 X3D technology to mobile devices with Fire Range.
All right. Okay. Shaking a bit less now.
Expanding our 9950 X3D milestone, we're bringing the world's best desktop gaming and content creation processor into a mobile package, available in the first half of this year.
Wrong button.
To create the best games, it requires close co-engineering with hardware, software, and OS.
Just make a beefy handheld GPU, bro. 6 cores for the processor and like 24 RDNA 4 cores. Beef that shit up. Make a fucking Steam Deck on steroids.
From the very beginning of development, including extensive optimizations in Zen 5, our next generation RDNA 4 architecture, and our latest frame generation and machine learning-based upscaling technology
it's connected.
with FSR4.
Now we're gonna
Being a lifelong gamer myself, I spend a lot of time with game studios and developers to unlock the full creativity and imagination.
reset.
For our first guest,
Good.
I want to introduce
And now
a
we
true
should be ready
trailblazer of the gaming
to
industry.
flash
A
the operating
programmer
system
and
and
game
then the
designer
apps.
by training, he built some of the most iconic games in the industry, such as Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam. He was responsible for the global development of Minecraft and now leads the top game studios in the world. I'm so happy to introduce our close partner, Matt Booty, President of Game Content and Studios at Microsoft, including Activision, Blizzard, and Bethesda.
Fuck Activision.
Thanks, Jack, and hello to everyone at CES. Games are how we connect, how we build community,
One way.
and how we explore bold new ideas. From our earliest days of building a console around DirectX and Xbox Live, to today's Xbox Play Anywhere and Game Pass, we've always pushed the boundaries to
consoles
bring
are
new,
so fucking
innovative
cooked.
experiences to players around the world. AMD has been an incredible partner to Microsoft in this journey, helping us drive innovation across
I
every
should have
level
put it
of
to
gaming.
recovery for
From
fuck's
powering
sake.
the
Fucking
latest
imbecile
generation
monkeys.
of
Focus.
Xbox consoles to enabling cutting-edge hardware for PC gamers,
distracting
their
yourself.
technology has consistently pushed the industry forward. Our decades-long partnership with AMD has resulted in several of the underlying gaming technologies that are used by all the biggest developers today. This ranges from development of OS-level graphics APIs like DirectX 12 Ultimate and ray tracing, to larger caches, multi-threading, and driver optimizations that enable more games to be played on more devices. The Activision team is proud to partner closely with AMD to optimize Black Ops 6 for AMD Ryzen processors and Radeon graphics. Our teams can't wait to see what they can do with the next generation of processors and GPUs with Ryzen X3D and RDNA 4. Technologies like FSR and frame generation make some of our most demanding games, like Starfield, run better. These optimizations give our teams more headroom to not just push more pixels, but to actually explore richer gameplay, deeper physics modeling, and more robust systems. And this dynamic of hardware technology enabling our devs to do more continues in the future, with FSR 4 on the latest graphics cards bringing high-quality machine learning upscaling to games like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 later this year. Thank you, Lisa, Jack, and everyone at AMD for helping our teams achieve more.
Okay. Time to apply.
Thank you, Matt. We truly value our partnership with you and the game studios. My son and I have spent countless hours playing Starfield, Diablo 4, and the new Call of Duty Black Ops 6. We have so much fun playing them together. Thank you for your pursuit of artistic expressions, combining art and gaming together to deliver such memorable, personal, and social experiences. We absolutely love the gaming community, and we look forward to telling you more about RDNA 4 and FSR 4 later this quarter. Now let's shift gears to AI PCs. AI is the most disruptive technology in the past 50 years. The inflection point is as big as the Industrial Revolution. It's clear that AI is the new electricity. It's going to be everywhere. And today, we are bringing that technology to everyone, pushing the limits of what AI computing can do for you. To tell you more, I'd like to introduce Rahul Tikku, Senior Vice President and General Manager of our client business.
Okay.
Hello, Rahul.
Thank you, Jack. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to CES. I want to start by congratulating the gaming team on a great set of products that were just launched. As you saw, we have leadership technologies in the gaming space, and we continue to out-innovate the market there. Jack also talked about cloud to edge, and you heard—
Hold up. Right. Okay. Apply one more update. Disk. Apps. Hopefully after we restart, everything smoothly transition to, what does it say? Error. Recovery failed to verify whole file signature. Why? Error 21. I think that's normal. Installing. Click apply update, blah 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 blah. When presented with a screen that says signature verification failed, click yes. It is expected as add-ons are assigned by OS official Lineage OS's official key. Right. So this, okay, clicked yes, extracting the files, blah blah blah. Done. Install completed with status 0. Good. Good system now, fingers crossed. Everything will go smooth. Fuck. Have a look.
Heard about our gaming leadership, and I'm going to focus on AI PCs.
Yeah, AI,
This
yeah,
past-
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, but it's... It is educational sorts.
Year, we released our third generation Ryzen AI 300 series processor. Productivity. We see this in the Ryzen AI 300 reviews, calling out our great architecture, our leadership in performance, and the best AI experiences that we're bringing to our customers. And in 2025, you're going to see Ryzen AI will continue to grow with over 150 laptop designs. These are beautiful, elegant platforms from our partners like Lenovo, HP, Asus, Acer, and many more. And I
Doesn't
think
look different.
these will be some of the most desirable laptops
even
available in the market, period. So today,
It's a bit
I'm
laggy.
also proud to announce that we're expanding our Ryzen AI PC capabilities into the high-performance space with Ryzen AI 7 and 5 series processors.
It did update. It does read as an update from the 2nd
Codename
of January.
Kraken Point. These new models will allow us to make our leading Ryzen AI 300 series processors available to more users and bring AMD's leading next-gen AI capabilities to everyone. Our new Ryzen AI 7 350 demonstrates faster multitasking productivity than the competition,
This is Android 15.
beating Qualcomm
Same.
Snapdragon
Same.
by an average of 35% across some
Lineage
of the key
OS,
benchmarks,
Lineage
and the
underscore
Intel
GTA
Lunar Lake
4
product
L
by an average
Wi-Fi
of 30%
dash user
when
debug
tested
15.
across 9 multi-threaded benchmarks. This extra
Android version
performance that our
15
Zen 5
It's
cores
right here.
deliver make a huge
Yeah,
difference
it
in
updated.
users' day-to-day experience with their personal
looks the
computers.
same.
These processors will also feature our XDNA2 neural processing unit. This is the fastest
should,
NPU with 50
Should remember to disable the option to reboot to recovery later. I don't want that to be there at all times. Not that I don't trust myself, but it's not necessary. Okay. Okay. Suppose we don't need this guy here anymore. Attaboy. Baba boy. Okay, now, what else did I want to do? The operating systems, right. Where are my notes? Tuka tuka tuka. Da, 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 da. Systems. Right, so the first one was General Motors North America Aviation output. I don't think it had a logo, but I'll try to find it. It did! Or someone made that. Yeah. Good enough. Maybe I could upscale it, actually. Whoops, don't look at that. I forgot how to write. Upscaler. Artwork. Hiding. Twice the resolution. I'm not a robot. Here's a car, here's a car, here's a car, here's a car. Vert. Download. Attaboy. This one here.
Thelastukaha says. Very smart boy.
Haven't seen you in a long time. What's up? Alright, after this one we have IBM 360. OS 360. Have a logo for that one. This'll do. So it's a vector. Converted. Why is it zipped, for fuck's sake? It's better. Are you still here, little bro? The last Uchiha? Whatever. Taka taka tuka tuka.
Thelastukaha says. Ha 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 ha, how are you doing? I did reach out to you in Discord, but I guess you are not available.
Who are you? I don't remember. There's. Bridges. That's a bridge, that's a bridge, that's a bridge. Okay. Third. Good job.
Thelastukaha says. Yahiko.
Yahiko. It's Yahiko.
Thelastukaha says. We played Raging Blast.
I don't remember. Okay, so we've got this one over here. Right. Okay, the canvas size. Now, next one, Unix. Like this one. Oh yeah, it's high resolution too. That's excellent. Already transparent as well. Don't know how fast or anything else. Okay, Unix. Next one, MS-DOS. What did DOS stand for? Disk operating system, right? Disk operating system. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Now I remember. Right. MS-DOS original logo. Oh, that looks awful. Wow. Okay. Different era. Am I right? Yeah, we're gonna upscale this guy. Crosswalks. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6. Fuck is that? 7. And that's it. Keep this tab open. Thank you very much. Put that in here as well. Sides. That's huge. Okay, after MS-DOS we got the original Mac OS. Nope. Came out in 1984. Right. This is the guy. Hello. Did we upscale it? Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Then we got the original version on Windows, November 1985. Started as just the graphical user interface for the disk operating system. DOS, MS-DOS. So let's go to Windows. Microsoft Windows, yes. Ho ho ho! Would you look at this? Looks classy. Okay. Next, we've got Linux. 1991. Should we just use the penguin? We're gonna use the penguin. Hello, you fat fuck. How are you today? You know what? Fuck this shit. Start with an empty canvas. And then tell me, do we have GM and A? Yes. Is this the upscaled one or the normal one? I have no idea. This is definitely, well, no, this one. This is definitely the upscaled one. So, just in case. Yep, there we go. First. Then it's IBM, upscaled. This one did not need an upscale. MS-DOS, upscale, yep, upscaled. Mac OS, no need for an upscale. Original Windows, it's fine as well. Well, yeah, I didn't upscale this one. Linux. There's our guy. Then we got Windows 3.1 New Technology Edition in 1993. 1990. There it is. Thank God for Wikipedia. It's got such high quality copies of the logos. Godsend. Mac OS 10, March 12, 2001. The fuck? Right. The original logo? Ah. Yeah. So not quite. Distinguished. Yeah, just gonna use this one. I like it. It's fine. Then we have before Mac OS 10 actually we got Berkeley something something with the Berkeley something something 386 which released in March 1993. So that's weird. But I'll take it. And I'm gonna upscale it. Thanks. Stairs. Stairs, stairs, stairs. Thank you. And now I want FreeBSD. And now I want gaming examples like Orbis, right? I think his name was Orbis. The PS4 operating system, right? Yes. There we go. It's OS. I'm gonna use the PS4 logo, fuck it. It's fine. What else? Gonna use S3 as well. Did that one even have a name? I don't remember. You have a name. fork of FreeBSD and NetBSD, known internally as CellOS or GameOS. I prefer CellOS. Uses the cross-media bar as its graphical shell, right? Gonna use this one because it looks closer to the PS4 one, and that will provide a more consistent for the viewer. PS5, I don't know what's up with the PS5. I haven't looked at it, but does that have a name? Might be a bit early. Okay. Mention of the software. Yeah, there's no mention of the software, kind of software it's running. I think I read that it's running a fork of FreeBSD as well, just like the PlayStation 3 and 4. Makes sense. But no code name, no nothing. Okay. Right. Okay. I guess I'm not gonna mention that, or I'll see if I can. See what I'll do. Wikipedia, hello. Give me that sweet logo, thank you. What about Microsoft? What the fuck did PS2 run? very little to no information. Okay, fuck it, whatever. Obviously, it's running some sort of custom in-house code for basic functions and interesting interface. What about Xbox 360? 350 volt, 360 no operating system. Now that's something I don't remember searching before. I have to use the bathroom soon. The Xbox system software is the operating system developed exclusively for Microsoft's Xbox home video game consoles. Across the 4 generations of Xbox consoles, the software has been based on a version of Windows and incorporating and DirectX features optimized for the consoles. The user interface provides access to games, media players, and applications, and integrates with the Xbox network for online functionality. Though initial iterations of the software for the original Xbox and 360 were based on heavily modified versions of Windows, the newer consoles feature operating systems that are highly compatible with Microsoft's desktop operating systems, allowing for shared applications and ease of development between personal computers and the Xbox line. So heavily modified versions of Windows, both of them, the original 360. Interesting. Okay. What about the Switch? Horizon is an updatable firmware and operating system used by Nintendo, the Nintendo Switch video game console. It is based on a proprietary microkernel. The user interface includes a home screen consisting of the top bar, the screenshot viewer, and shortcuts to the Nintendo eShop news settings. So it is a proprietary, based on a proprietary microkernel, updatable firmware and operating system. Right, proprietary microkernel. That's all we got. Technology. Nintendo has released only limited information about the Switch's internals to the public. However, computer security researchers, homebrew software developers, and authors of emulators have all analyzed the operating system in great depth. Notable findings include that the Switch operating system is codenamed Horizon, that it is an evolution of the Nintendo 3DS system software, and that it implements a proprietary microkernel architecture. All drivers run in user space, including the NVIDIA driver, which the security researchers described as kind of similar to the Linux driver. The graphics driver features an undocumented thin API layer called NVN, which is kind of like Vulkan, but exposes most hardware features like OpenGL compatibility profile with NVIDIA extensions. All user space processes are sandboxed and use address space layout randomization, a computer security technique involved in preventing exploitation of memory corruption vulnerabilities. Nintendo made efforts to design the system software to be as minimalist as possible, with the home menu's graphical assets using less than 200 can't read kilobytes. This minimalism is meant to improve system performance and launch games faster. As early as July 2018, Nintendo has been trying to counter Switch homebrewing and piracy. Measures include an online ban and on the hardware side patching the Tegra to prevent exploits. On December 2018, Nintendo sued Mikhail Uzgaldunak, probably butchered this guy's surname, for selling a Switch modification that can play pirated games. Since 2019, the difficulty of homebrewing has gone up, as the new Mariko chip replaced the old Arista. After the release of the Lite in late 2019, tools for hacking all Switch consoles were announced. In September 2020, Gary Bowser was arrested in the Dominican Republic, and later, guys called Gary Bowser, lol, and later appeared in court in the USA afterwards. The prosecution alleges that Bowser was a piracy group leader. Open source components. Despite popular misconceptions to the contrary, Horizon is not largely derived from FreeBSD code, nor Android. Although the software license and reverse engineering efforts have revealed that Nintendo does use some code from both in some system services and drivers. For example, the networking stack in the Switch operating system is derived at least in part from FreeBSD code. Nintendo's use of the FreeBSD networking code is legal as it is made available under the permissive BSD license, and not even particularly unusual. For instance, an interface, the Microsoft Windows TCP/IP stack, used since at least 2000 and XP, was originally derived from BSD code in a similar fashion, using part of its TCP/IP code for its implementation of that, which was legal. Components derived from Android code include Stagefright's multimedia framework, as well as components of the graphics stack, including the display drive server, derived from Surface Slinger, the graphics driver, which seems to be derived from NVIDIA's proprietary Linux driver. Although a full web browser intended for general browsing is not available on the console as of April of 2024, several so-called applets are included which utilize the WebKit rendering engine to display web content within a stripped back interface. A WebKit-powered applet is used to allow users to log in to captive portals when connecting to certain wireless networks, as well as for operating system features such as the Nintendo eShop, social media integrations, and digital manuals. Proprietary operating system with very few how does one call it in English? Very few whatever from other operating systems like FreeBSD and Android, as well as the Linux driver of NVIDIA for that Tegra chip. Right, okay. Nothing to take away from here. Well, not for what I was looking for, my purpose. Okay, so PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, what else? What about the Wii? What about the Wii? The Wii system software is a discontinued set of updatable firmware versions and a software frontend on the Wii, a home video game console. Updates which could be downloaded over the internet or read from a game disc allowed Nintendo to add additional features and software, as well as to patch security vulnerabilities used by users to load homebrew software. When a new update became available, Nintendo sent a message to the Wii message board of internet connected systems notifying them of the available update. Blah 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 blah. What's it made of? The Wii's firmware has many active branches known as IOSes, thought by the Wii homebrew developers to stand for Input-Output Systems, or Internal Operating Systems. The currently active Internal Operating System, IOS, also simply referred to as just iOS or iOS, runs on a separate ARM processor, unofficially nicknamed Starlet, which resides within the Hollywood GPU. The patent for the Wii U chose a similar device which is simply named Input-Output Processor. iOS controls input-output between the code running on the main Broadway processor and various Wii hardware that does not also exist on the GameCube. Okay, so we don't know much. It's proprietary as well. It's not derived from other, at least for the most part. That's the word I was looking for. One. That could work. Switch of derived elements from Android and FreeBSD, some code. Okay, got the networking from FreeBSD if I remember correctly, and something else from Android. And the Linux GPU driver, for the most part. Okay, what else? What else? What else? We got Wii, Switch, GameCube, and Wii U are probably in the similar ballpark as the Wii. 3DS and Switch was very similar as well, proprietary, all of them. Xbox was Windows basically, very modified Windows. PS3, 4, and 5 use FreeBSD. And what else? Well, Steam Deck uses SteamOS, which is derived from FreeBSD as well, I think. We're based on the Debian distribution of Linux. Okay. Not FreeBSD, but Debian Linux. Okay. That's interesting. I'm gonna take that log. What else? I think that's about it. I'm gonna take a break, have to use the bathroom, and I'll be back, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes, maybe a little more. Allow me to disconnect this guy. Go blah blah intermission. And I wasn't talking. Excellent. Anyways, well, you couldn't hear me. I didn't notice. I had forgotten that. I forgot that I had muted the mic. Okay, so let's see. We got the first one, which is this. Should I put a title on it? Shorter. That's about right. Make it 28. Fun. Brief. Yeah, fuck it. Brief story of operating systems. Got bold. Put it at the middle. And underline it. Is that the middle though? Yeah. Good enough for now. Let's put a white background for start at least. Test, yep. Cool. And now, larger. This is the first guy. It's black. It's gonna be I wanted it to be kind of like a tree, but I don't know if that'll work out that way. Why did it duplicate it? Pasted it once. What the fuck is this? There. Put that there for now. That's General Motors, North America Aviation, input output from 1956-57, about that time. Number one. Then we have the IBM 360 OS 360. Should get the IBM logo as well.
Plus tops, achieving leadership performance while also beating Intel and Qualcomm's fastest mobile processors. These processors will allow even more customers to run next-gen AI experiences just like our Ryzen AI 9 300 customers do today. And any discussion about laptops has to include portability. The Ryzen AI 300 series can deliver over 24 hours of battery life when tested in video playback, letting you stay unplugged longer to get everything done. So, in a nutshell, these processors have it all. Multi-day battery life, combined with winning performance and leadership AI capabilities. These latest additions to the Ryzen AI 300 lineup include the Ryzen AI 7 350 with 8 cores and 16 processing threads, the Ryzen AI 5 340 with 6 cores and 12 processing threads. And these new Ryzen AI processors will be available in Q1 of this year. But we're not stopping there. Today, I have some exciting news. I'm also proud to announce a whole new kind of mobile processor. This is expanding the Ryzen AI stack even higher with the Ryzen AI Max. We codenamed it Strix Halo.
Right. Yeah, clap. That's a big
Just as
one.
we have increased our user choice with the Ryzen AI 300 7 and 5 models, the Ryzen AI Max processors are adding a whole new class of PCs that will be available for AMD's leading next-gen AI platforms in the market. This chip is something very, very unique and special. It is so powerful, it enables incredible experiences and is reshaping what customers can experience from their PCs. From the power of a workstation in thin and light laptops to incredibly small and powerful micro desktops, this is simply the most advanced mobile x86 processor ever created, period. It's a single chip powered by up to 16 Zen 5 cores for leading multitasking capability. It also has 40 RDNA 3.5 graphics compute units, which is the most powerful integrated graphics in the Windows ecosystem. It has also got our leadership 50 TOPS XDNA2 NPU, and all of this is tied together with unified memory architecture that's enabling the ability to access large amounts of memory, up to 128 gigs for the CPU and the GPU, with up to 256 gigabytes a second in incredible bandwidth that is unprecedented in x86 mobile devices. The Ryzen AI Max...
How much?
Unprecedented.
How much?
6 gigabytes a second in incredible bandwidth that is unprecedented in x86 mobile devices.
Okay.
The Ryzen AI Max does this all in a single chip. It bridges the divide between awesome performance and efficient portability in a whole new way for Windows laptops. With an ultra-efficient 55-watt TDP for combined CPU, GPU, and NPU power, there has never been anything like this chip in this class of sleek, thin, and light notebooks. Against the Intel Lunar Lake, we win by an astounding margin, averaging 2.6x faster rendering performance. When it comes to getting work done, Ryzen AI Max is a clear productivity winner. When comparing the graphics performance, we see similar results. Ryzen AI Max continues to dominate with graphics that is 1.4x faster than the competition. It's really not hard to see the potential that this chip offers in a mobile workstation as a result. Now, we also see impressive results across ecosystems. Look at how the Ryzen AI Max performs against the Apple MacBook Pro M4 in some popular rendering benchmarks, winning easily against the 12-core and trading blows with the 14-core. And in applications like V-Ray, which is a popular plugin for 3D modeling, we see massive gains, 86% better. We're
14-core M4 Pro still beats it. Cinebench. The AMD part is better in Blender, Classroom. that benchmark. It's better in Corona, it's better in V-Ray.
Made great strides in delivering customer experience with these new Ryzen AI Max systems. And finally, with the ability to dedicate 96 gigabytes of memory to graphics, the Ryzen AI Max can run incredibly large AI workloads with performance that's faster than discrete desktop graphics cards. For example, the 70 billion parameter Llama 3.1 large language model that we are showing here runs twice as fast as the discrete RTX 4090 desktop GPU. And it does that at 87% lower TDP. So double the performance of a very high-end desktop hardware at much lower power. This is truly incredible.
Okay. Congratulations.
Now imagine creating videos with just a line of text, or automating your user workflows with AI agents locally on your Ryzen AI PCs. We continue to work with all of our ISV partners to enable incredible AI experiences, including 50 planned applications that will take advantage of our industry-leading NPUs. Please join us at the AMD Connect area in the Venetian Titian rooms to try out some of these cool new examples of AI running on our Ryzen AI processors. Here are some of the Ryzen AI Max models that will be available at launch. The top of the stack is the Ryzen AI Max Plus 395 with 16 cores and 40 graphic CUs. We also have the Ryzen AI Max 390 with 12 cores and 32 graphic CUs, and the Ryzen AI Max 385 with 8 cores and 32 graphic CUs. And all of these parts are going to be available Q1 of this year. And I truly hope you guys are as excited as I am to get your hands on this great product set. Now, the Ryzen AI Max, as we talked about, is going to be a game changer for creators, artists, developers. We're really proud to partner with HP to bring the HP ZBook Ultra G1A system to our customers. It's a beautiful example of a truly portable, mobile, powerful system like anything else out there. You'll also find the Ryzen AI Max processor in the new desktop HP Z2 Mini G1A. This is a 3-liter compact mini PC enabling large language models for developers and creators in incredibly cool and efficient form factor. And for the consumer segment, ASUS has created something really, really unique. This is the new ROG Flow Z13. This is an ultra-mobile 13-inch gaming tablet with a detachable keyboard in a surprisingly small, elegant, and premium package. So as you can see, we've really, really focused on expanding our next-gen AI PC portfolio. No one has a lineup with the breadth or the depth of Copilot+ PCs that AMD can offer. From Ryzen AI Max in the Halo segment, all the way to the Ryzen AI 300 in the advanced segment, we're bringing the benefits of AMD's leading performance, reliability, and battery life to all of you. AI PCs are not just delivering new experiences for consumers, but they're also transforming how work gets done. And to tell you a little bit more about it, let's welcome Jack back on the stage.
Now let's talk about enterprise. AMD has been on a journey to transform every touch point of business computing, from the data center to client devices. EPYC
Could be a little
is the
bigger,
CPU
but
of choice for hyperscalers.
for some reason I like how it is
used
now.
daily by billions of users globally, whether that's Facebook, Instagram, Netflix, WeChat, or WhatsApp. The world's largest and most advanced AI models run flawlessly on our Instinct data center GPUs at the highest performance per dollar, including GPT-4. We want to bring to the enterprise all the know-how from the server and data center side to the enterprise endpoint. This is what led us to design Ryzen AI Pro, uniquely suited to be the best enterprise endpoint device. At the heart of it, we elevated the experience for CIOs with AMD Pro, bringing this essential foundation of security, manageability, and reliability that enterprises have come to expect. With AMD Pro, enterprise devices get multiple layers of chip-level security built into the core, protecting sensitive data from external threats. Technology layers like AMD Memory Guard, which safeguards sensitive business data in the event an employee's PC gets lost or stolen. Or Microsoft Pluton, a chip-to-cloud technology built with zero trust principles at the core, meaning it verifies each request as though it originated from an uncontrolled network every single time. These security layers, combined with AMD Pro's manageability features, are designed to streamline IT operations while protecting the enterprise's most important assets. We focus on TCO as well to ensure that fleet investments translate to real savings in the form of productivity increases. Our PCs are equipped with the fastest x86 processors ever built, with the world's best enterprise multitasking performance. In a world where everyone does more than one thing at a time, working with slow, unreliable PCs should be a thing of the past. We also equip them with the fastest AI engine ever built, delivering the most NPU tops in the industry. With AMD, businesses can future-proof their investment and be ready to empower their workforce with the disruptive AI features coming down the pipeline. Today, hundreds of leading businesses across industries are making the switch to AMD enterprise PCs to accelerate their transformation. For example, take enterprises like ING Bank in the financial sector. They rely on AMD Pro security and reliability to keep their data protected, all while ensuring their operations run in a stable and secure environment for their banking services. Or companies like Shell in the energy sector, who are taking advantage of the advanced AI features to enhance the data analytics and decision-making processes at the device level. The time has come that enterprise CIOs no longer have to choose between the enterprise compatibility and reliability of Windows and the consumer battery life of Apple. You can now get the best of both worlds with Windows and Ryzen AI Pro.
Hello, Jack and CES. I'm proud to Jack and CES. I'm proud to say.
No worries, we'll keep going. Best of all, with more than 100 options through 2025, we developed a fantastic portfolio with our OEM partners, all of which have helped us advance our mission to make meaningful change into enterprise. Now, let's hear it directly from our close partners.
Hello, Jack and CES. I'm proud to say the HP-AMD partnership is reaching new heights.
For more than 25 years, Lenovo and AMD have grown stronger together.
Together, we have been a driving force.
Use better hinges, little bro.
What makes our partnership so strong is that we share a focus on experiences. We identify customers' needs and co-engineer to provide better
and creatively. Whether
better quality,
shop for all
better
these
materials,
innovations.
better engineering.
Dell and AMD have been working together in the data for a
cheap
number of
fucking
years, as you
material
well
and
know.
things break easily.
Dell has servers running on EPYC
Shame on you.
CPUs and Instinct GPUs to accelerate workloads. But enterprise technology is an end-to-end ecosystem. And business customers are always asking me, Jack, when are you going to be in Dell commercial PCs? I get this question every single week. And I think we finally have an answer for them with the new Ryzen AI Pro processors available in Dell's new commercial AI PC portfolio.
Woo. Hey, Jack, you stole my headline.
I'm too excited.
Okay. So, hey, yeah, you've got it exactly right. Today, we are excited to announce our new commercial-grade Dell Pro portfolio with AMD Ryzen AI Pro.
We love it. We love it.
Hey, you stole my applause, Jack.
I'll give you one now.
It's pretty tough.
I'll give you one now.
Hey, these platforms, we're super excited about them. They represent the next evolution of enterprise computing. With your products, they have the performance that businesses need today, combined with AI capabilities they're going to need tomorrow.
Definitely. Sam, this is such a historic partnership between Dell and AMD. Our first time working together to reimagine what commercial devices can do. And I'm so pumped. You and I have hundreds of engineers working together to build the absolute best enterprise PC platform. Could you share some additional perspective?
Hey, absolutely, Jack. In fact, I think we've got one here. Let's take a look, thank you, Paula, at one of our new 13-inch Dell Pro systems powered by AMD Ryzen AI Pro.
It's beautiful.
Both available this spring for Northern Hemisphere types, Northern Hemisphere spring. Yeah, like you said, it's sleek, modern, delivers exceptional speed, incredible battery life, and powerful AI performance thanks to the AMD Pro technologies. It's really scalable, just beautiful displays, up to Quad HD, enterprise-grade security, and 5G and Wi-Fi 7 to provide dependable connectivity no matter where you're working. And Jack, the whole Dell Pro portfolio is built with durability in mind, withstanding nearly 3 times as many hinge cycles, drops, and bumps from tough corporate use as competitor devices. So not 30% more, 3 times more, Jack.
It has all the bells and whistles and durability. Sam, I'll definitely be self-hosting and personally testing this device.
Great, I was gonna drop it there too.
Drop test. We love the new Dell Pro portfolio. And I think, Sam, everyone is wondering, why now? Why is AMD the right partner for this?
Hey, so Jack, we've learned in building the Dell AI Factory that one size does not fit all. And flexibility and choice are needed to bring the right performance to the right workload. We see the same need in PCs in the AI PC era, and I'll tell you, that's exactly where you and AMD fit in. We partner with CIOs to help them stay ahead of change, and AMD really brings a comprehensive hardware and software experience at every level of the enterprise stack, and that's a really big deal.
No, I love it, Sam. I love it. And that brings us to another critical issue. You and I spent a lot of time talking about this. We know CIOs are facing big decisions in 2025. Do you think CIOs will simply rinse and repeat and replay devices, or would they leap forward with AI PC-enabled PCs?
Okay, you're giving me a softball.
Of course.
I think the choice is clear, Jack, and we believe upgrading to AI PCs is going to pay dividends in productivity. You think about it, there's a massive installed base of 1.5 billion PCs, many of which don't meet the hardware requirements to run Windows 11. So customers that are thinking about refreshing see a world where AI is evolving faster than anyone expected, and the world's greatest productivity device, the PC, is poised to play a pivotal role in the AI revolution.
Completely agree.
So the way we look at it, great to get an AI PC, but we've got to make it easier for CIOs to deploy AI models at scale on PCs. And as we spend time with customers, we see how complex this process is today, getting your data to run on your models on your devices, sorting through multiple AI models, silicon nuances, and then tuning and deploying models. So we're making it easier to get AI running on PCs with Dell Pro AI Studio, the industry's most comprehensive toolkit. And we believe, Jack, this will reduce the time needed to tune and deploy models by as much as 75%. Going from 6 months to as little as 6 weeks.
Wow, Sam, 6 months to 6 weeks. That's truly incredible. And I agree, this is a chance for business to redefine workplace computing. And by refreshing to an AI PC, it's opting for us to move from reactive devices to what you and I talk about, to ones that can predict, think, and act in real time. Dell's new lineup of AMD-powered devices could be pivotal to this transformation.
Hey, I totally agree, Jack. You know, our team lives to get great devices into the hands of customers, devices that will supercharge their creativity and productivity today and future-proof them for tomorrow.
Sam, I can't wait to bring our end-to-end portfolio together to enterprises everywhere. Thank you so much, Sam, for the partnership. This is just the beginning. I'm looking forward to partnering with you for many, many years to come.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
Thank you, Sam. You take care.
Bye.
In my opening remarks, I shared with you a few highlights of how AMD is advancing the world across industries, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of high-performance computing. Today, we continue to raise that bar. We expand our leadership in gaming with the all-new Ryzen 9 9950X3D, the world's best 16-core processor for gamers and content creators. We also proliferate AI everywhere, expanding our Ryzen AI 300 portfolio with Kraken and Strix Halo, bringing the power of a workstation to thin and light laptops. Before we wrap it up, a very special thank you to all of our wonderful friends and partners, Matt Booty, Alex Cho, Luca Rossi, Samson Hu, and Sam Bird for joining us at CES today. I truly believe that deep partnerships where we are co-innovating together to advance the industry is our superpower and allows us to bring transformational solutions to market for everyone. Whether it's gaming, AI PCs, or the enterprise, you can count on all of us at AMD to continue to push the boundaries of high-performance computing. And we're just getting started. The best is yet to come. Thank you all for joining us here today.
We're just getting started. The best is always yet to come. Stay excited. See you next year. Oh well. Yeah, it was boring. They didn't even show the GPUs. Everyone was expecting the GPUs and hoping for them. At least they showed Strix Point, but still. Fucking embarrassment. Right.
Get ready, Father. I won't hold back. As though it actually mattered. Father, I know we're just training, but please don't hold back on me. Excuse me? You seriously think I'm the type to hold back?
Fuck this move. Fuck this move, man. I fucking hate it.
I'll blow you away! Away with you! I'd hoped my son would be stronger than this. Oh yeah, Super Vegeta! To yourself! Vegeta, what can you do now? You're not Vegeta. You're not. You've changed. You've become something else. That's right. I am Super Vegeta.
Hey, what is going on, everyone? It's me, Mr. Mario, and welcome back to another episode of Mod Chat. For those who do not know, this here is a podcast I do here in two different forms. First of all, it is available in a visual form here on the Mr. Mario 2011 YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey channels. Secondly, it is also available like an actual podcast in real podcast form, so you can take it around and listen to it wherever the hell you want to in a audio-only fashion. Simply look up Mod Chat, all one word, on your favorite podcasting app, host, provider, or platform, and you should hopefully be able to find it. I know it's not available on all of them, but it is available on most of them. Either way, if you haven't been here before, this here is a podcast that I do in which there is a visual component, of course, and that's where most of the viewers are, but it is a podcast I do where I cover news, topics, things that I find interesting, cool, and maybe do a little bit of show and tell in the world of video game modding and video game console modding developments. It's kind of all over the place. I kind of cover, you know, a little bit of the new stuff, a little bit of the old stuff here, but new things that I do at least find interesting. I do tell people it's not necessarily a news show, but if you do use this as a way to consume your new modding news, that's cool, and I appreciate that. As long as you are entertained and you are learning something from this here on at least most of the episodes, then I feel like I'm doing my job. Either way, here I am going to say as well, too, that this will probably be the last episode of Mod Chat before we all panic for the year, right? I mean, we're getting close to the end of the year. I don't foresee myself recording another episode this year, so if this is the last one for the year, I'll see you all by the end, you know, next year. But aside from that, let's just go ahead and celebrate
fuck
by
am I
getting
doing?
into this actual episode here. So this is something
Lol,
really cool
what the
coming off
fuck
of
am I-
last episode in which I talked about the Xbox Scene Modfest, which is for all
don't.
Xbox consoles and is essentially a competition which is still ongoing right now, in which you or others can submit open source hardware and software contributions to the scene itself for whichever Xbox you're working on, and as long as your entry adheres to what they have laid out in terms of standards, practices, and such, you can compete for prizes and such in there. So this should hopefully be something that can help out there, which is from Team Resurgent and is RXDK, which states this is modern development for the original Xbox. Looking down here a bit, they state on the README, RXDK is a community-driven project that enables developers to build software for the original Xbox using modern Windows operating systems like Windows 10 and 11, as well as newer versions of Visual Studio starting from 2019. Traditionally, developing for the original Xbox required a Windows XP environment, often via a virtual machine, Visual Studio 2003.net, and the official Xbox Development Kit installer. RXDK eliminates these limitations by providing an open source installer that integrates the XDK with modern development environments. So some of the features it states is that it has a modern development environment, so stating that you can compile Xbox applications using Visual Studio 2019 and beyond. There's a simplified installation saying that this automates a setup process for the XDK on modern Windows platforms. It is open source, which is great. It states enhanced compatibility, which, just like we talked about, eliminates the need for legacy systems like Windows XP and Visual Studio 2003.net. And finally, existing tools support. It adds support and workarounds for debugging tools such as Xbox Watson, etc. Now, a few things to keep in mind here if you are going to be working with this, because some people might be thinking, oh, this is a completely separate development kit, but not necessarily, and that's actually something that is right here. So for the limitations and disclaimers, debugging has not yet been supported, at least at the time of recording this. You won't be able to push files
Android is a mobile operating system based on a modified version of the Linux kernel and other open-source software. Designed primarily for touchscreen-based mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets. Android has historically been developed by a consortium of developers known as the Open Handset Alliance. But its most widely used version is primarily developed by Google. First released in 2008, Android is the world's most widely used operating system. The latest version, released on October 15, 2024, is Android 15.4.
Fuck. Stupid. Why is it copying the damn thing, you stupid piece of shit? Oh, now you fucking kill it. Or good enough. Whatever. So, nah. That'll do. Okay. Same from. Oop. Anything else? iOS.
Directly to your system with file transfer, so you will have to move any files over that you compile manually. But the most important thing here is that when it comes to the XDK setup, there is a specific version which is recommended, and they state the official XDK setup is not included with this tool. Users must provide their own copy of the installer. Other versions of XDK setup may work but have not been thoroughly tested. This example was tested specifically with version 5849.17. So do keep in mind here, this will essentially allow you to still have to use the official XDK setup and installer on here, but you're no longer limited to using that only on Visual Studio 2003 and Windows XP. You'll be able to run it in a modern environment, such as, the computer I'm running it on right here. If we look at the releases here, it looks like they're up to 1.3 right now for a hotfix, and in terms of this, for example, some of the things they have fixed here have been like a spacing issue, ISO creation was added in. There's a beta version of RxDK Neighborhood. They've been able to add audio, debugging, and graphics tools to the RxDK start menu. So if you are wanting to work on original Xbox development, it looks like RxDK might be a pretty good contender to pair up with the XDK itself. Now I'm highlighting this as well too, because to hopefully enhance and make development a bit easier and better for you all, RxDK has also gotten SDL2 ported over to it with SDL2X. Now they state here this is a SDL2.0.10 port for the original Xbox, and they're saying that this has been updated to work with RxDK, which provides a modern development environment for the original Xbox, which you can find right here, which we just ended up covering. SDL2 Mixer, they state, is fully supported and integrated into the port, and they do have a few things to do here, such as separate alpha blending functionality, fix and enable text input functionality, implement an on-screen keyboard, some things like that. They also have acknowledgments to BDC for their original port of SDL2 to the XDK, Crunchbite and Horny Devil for their amazing samples and contributions, AsayuGit for porting and fixing the SDL2 Mixer add-on, and shout out to Lantis or MVG and HyperEye for their foundational work on the SDL 1.2 port. Now, real quick for the uninitiated, for anybody who might not know about
Fucking
what
Morbius
SDL is, or they don't have a full understanding.
I swear to God, no one was saying that before Morbius.
Understanding of it, that is totally okay here, but essentially this one here is from the official repository, and this is a newer version, mind you, and to my understanding, SDL2
Then everyone added it into their vocabulary.
Xbox, so it had to be ported over thanks to well, the community. But they're stating here, and this is from libsdl.org, they're the ones who put this up, but they state that Simple Direct Media Layer is a cross-platform development library designed to provide low-level access to audio, keyboard, mouse, joystick, and graphics hardware. It is used by video playback software, emulators, and popular games, including Valve's award-winning catalog and many Humble Bundle games. So that's all to say, this is something that can make some of your favorite homebrew applications, ports, emulators work on the original Xbox, and if you are a developer, while this isn't going to be something as new as like SDL3, for example, it is much newer than the original implementation that was on there. So having this accessible is pretty nice. If you've ever been interested in asking your Xbox 360 to play Darude Sandstorm, well, now it's actually possible to do that thanks to a new app created by Durf called Lightshow. This here, it states on Console Mods, as an app created by Durf that allows you to test the individual LEDs on your Xbox 360's Ring of Light, as well as the center power LED. Credits to Landair for SMCH and SMC.cpp. Credit to Xenomega for their plugin Symlink code. Now, it does cover the usage on here, and if you're wanting to create a light show, there is an executable that you run, but you essentially have to take a MIDI file, which has to have 4 or less instruments. You have to run it through a Python script, which will then end up creating a file which you'll be able to put into the light show directory, which you'll then be able to use not only as an app, it seems, but also you can set this at the beginning of a boot up as a plugin on your console itself, so when you turn on the system, it is able to run this here. Just looking at this screenshot of the application itself, it looks to be pretty simple here, stating use left stick to select an LED, so A to set to green, B to set to red, Y to set to yellow, X to turn it off. You see all that right here, and you can play your lightshow.conf file, which is the one you created from that Python script. You can also see this GIF right here on the right side of the page, which is just showing testing all that, which is really nice not only for testing this, but just if you want to play around the colors and such on here. I have always liked this. I will say this real quick. Years ago when I was first getting like my first RGH, but it was still like JTAGs at the time, I thought one of the coolest things ever was within Freestyle Dash, you could actually choose and change around the LED colors just like this on here. I thought that was one of the coolest features I had seen, but by the time I end up getting my system, Freestyle 3 was the thing that came out, so I wanted to use the latest and greatest, and I was really disappointed to see that they actually end up removing that functionality from Freestyle 3, and it's not there in Aurora either, and for whatever reason, I never got the answer on this. For whatever reason, it was only exclusive on Freestyle Dash. So that was something that I knew was possible, but we ended up losing, and I'm not quite sure why, but we do have a couple of videos here that we can show. The first one we can see here is for a PS2 boot remix, where I'm not playing the audio on this, but you can at least see what is going on, where there is a intro video playing, and there is music that was being synced to the LED itself. So just because I am muting it, you're not getting the full effect, but that's kind of how that boot for a PS2 boot. That was something that I knew was possible, but we ended up losing, and I'm not quite sure why, but we do have a couple of videos here that we can show. The first one we can see here is for a PS2 boot remix, where I'm not playing the audio on this, but you can at least see what is going on, where there is a intro video playing, and there is music that was being synced to the LED itself.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Just because I am muting it, you're not getting the full effect, but that's kind of how that boots up there. We also have this one right here, which is, of course, Darude Sandstorm, and this is just going through that conf file which has been set up. Now, I think it's also been mentioned on that page as well, too, that if you do have a long enough file, it will eventually get out of sync, so it's not going to be perfect by any means, but But I can say this here, I will have these linked down below in the description, and if you watch the original video, he did end up cutting and syncing Darude Sandstorm to it, and it does match this here, which is great. But yeah, if you want to have a literal light show on your Xbox 360, well, you can do it with Light Show. Now this is something that was brought to my attention which seemed to be really awesome here, and this is from the official RPCS3 YouTube channel, but they state here, RPCS3 now running on ARM64 Linux with Raspberry Pi 5. For anybody who does not know, in short, RPCS3 is an excellent PlayStation 3 emulator which is available on computers, and emulating the PS3 is not a small feat by any means. If anything, it's actually incredibly impressive that we do have PS3 emulation at such a refined layer that it is right now. However, you can see here that it seems like they're making the impossible happen, and they now have it not only working on ARM64, but working on the Raspberry Pi 5. So just looking at this here, this video starting off, they're talking about supporting the lead developers, and they do have some footage. Now I am going to play this in, yep, it is maximized at 1080p 60, and you can see right here, this is one of the God of War games, and I will say this, I had to do a double and a triple take, because looking at this here, I'm just showing the YouTube video straight up on this here. I thought this was a PSP game at first, and I do mean that respectfully. I'm not trying to diss on it, because straight up, I have done emulation, for example, with like PPSSPP, which is, I mean, not hard to figure out, the PSP emulator. I end up playing, oh, this is Catherine right here, okay. But I end up playing around with it several years ago on the Switch, and you have to go in, you have to change the internal resolution settings and such, but when you first set it up without doing any extra refinements or anything, when you're playing PSP games on there, they look pretty close to what we're seeing right here. So this is still really impressive, and do I see this as a primary way of playing PS3 games? No, or at least not yet. And I say this here just because you're not going to be playing this in a portable fashion. You're going to be playing these games on a big screen. This is, again, a 1080p video right here, and what we're seeing here is really impressive, but there is a huge graphical downgrade that you could see. Skipping ahead a little bit here, right now it looks like we have one of the Outrun games. So again, it looks great. It's playing it. It looks like these games, they're trying to target 30 frames per second. You could see here it is really utilizing the RSX at about, almost 80% or so. So the work here is incredible that we're seeing. This is one of the most impressive things I've seen. But in terms of like actual real world use for people, I think we're just going to have to see some more progress in terms of, well, not having it look as crunchy on here, which I know is not going to be a small feat, but we're only really going to be able to tell that will happen with time. But right now, if you're wanting games to be at least playable on a Raspberry Pi 5 in 30 frames per second, like PS3 games emulated, this is great. Oh, and then look, you even have like timing-based games like this Hatsune Miku game, for example, which seems to be working just fine. Like, I haven't seen any major issues so far. Now, these are some older topics here, but I did want to cover them because I thought they were cool and something that was just like neat and interesting in the world of console modding and such here. Now, this is from Time Extension, which has quickly been becoming like one of my favorite, I guess, news outlets you could see to read from on here. But they're stating here that the Dreamcast is still offering up wild tech secrets 25 years on. And this is all actually rooted from someone who I have covered some of their work before. It's Derek right here, or A-Team, and they're stating here, if you were lucky enough to have experienced a Dreamcast running via VGA back in the day, it was akin to the leap to HD we'd see a few years later. It just looked incredible, even compared to RGB SCART. This feature is also responsible for a cool hidden secret, which has recently been unearthed by engineer and ROM hacker Derek Pascarella, who is currently working on a translation patch for Capcom vs. SNK 2. And they state here at the beginning, one of the wildest things I've ever seen in all my years of ROM hacking. As we continue making progress in our English translation patch of Capcom vs. SNK 2 on the Dreamcast, one of the playtesters here noticed something odd. Now, it's explained here that he's saying, as part of the localization, we've changed a few of the HUD notifications. For example, instead of blocking seen in the Japanese version, we've opted for the Western parrying. Actually, both textures were already baked into the game. We just had to change the reference. However, they state here, when one of the game's playtesters ran through a new version through a non-VGA connection, the old blocking notification appeared. And now Derek is saying, the result of my hacks? Well, at first they were incomplete. Below, you can see how character names aren't shifted up to match the new HUD position. I eventually fixed that, but was then left knowing CRT overscan would eat up tons of the display. it just felt wrong. And he has a video right here looking at this, which is only 6 seconds, and you could see it right here, for example, where it looks like, let's restart this here. It looks like this, you could see, is kind of with the overscan on there, and then this is an attempt at it. Now they state, enter our genius graphics hacker I mentioned earlier, the code always W's. He was able to analyze this non-VGA only reference file and simply swap pointers for things like parrying, just as he did before. Automatic overscan margins are preserved and it works perfectly. So looking at this video here, you could see this is within an emulator. The video mode has been set to RGB. Everything's looking good. So it looks like this is how it should be set up, right? You could see the HUD, everything's looking good there. And there we go. And it looks like here when we try to give this a shot, yeah, parrying is showing up. So it looks like that was fixed up there. In the end, he's saying, I was baffled until I eventually discovered the game actually renders its HUD elements with different margins, thus using different reference files in VGA mode as opposed to composite S-Video RGB mode, says Pescarella. It automatically takes into account overscan. I don't know.
Test.
Hey there, I can hear you loud and clear. How's it going?
Hello, Ember. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I'm hanging in there. Thank you for asking. So earlier today we discussed some operating systems, and I do have a question regarding that. Can you please tell me if all of the versions of Mac OS from the first one to the latest one are based on the Darwin operating system, which itself is based on the BSD operating system, which itself is based on Unix?
Yes, that's correct. macOS is built on the Darwin operating system, which has roots in BSD and Unix. Did you have any specific questions about that lineage?
No, I was just wondering if all of the versions of macOS are based on the Darwin system, because I was under the impression that it was just after macOS 10 that they were based on Unix, on Darwin Unix. So what's actually true?
That's a great question. All versions of macOS, starting from macOS X version 10, are indeed based on Darwin. Earlier versions of macOS, before OS X, were based on a different architecture and not on Darwin or Unix. Darwin, introduced with macOS X, has a Unix-like foundation and incorporates code from BSD. So you're correct that the Unix-based architecture started with macOS X and onwards.
Okay, so Wikipedia, what's it called? Wikipedia mentions that the first version of iOS, the mobile operating system of Apple, was based on macOS, which itself was based on Darwin. But obviously, as we just we just clarified, only the versions of macOS after the 10th one, macOS X, are based on Darwin and Unix. Since earlier versions are not based on Darwin and Unix, how would it be possible for the first versions of iOS to be based on Darwin and Unix, like Wikipedia mentions? Could Wikipedia be wrong?
Wikipedia is correct in this case. The first version of iOS, initially called iPhone OS, was indeed based on macOS, specifically on the Darwin Foundation that came with macOS X. So, While earlier versions of the Mac operating system, before Mac OS X, weren't Unix-based, iOS started off on the Darwin, Unix-based lineage from the beginning, which is why it shares a lot of its underpinnings with Mac OS. Does that help clarify things?
I'm such an idiot. I'm so sorry. I just realized I mixed the years of the operating system releases up. So for some reason, I was thinking that Mac OS 10 released around 2010, while in reality it released in 2001, right? And since it under my false impression, I was thinking that it released in 2010. I did not think it would be possible for the iPhone, which released in 2007, to be based on Darwin, since macOS was not running on Darwin yet. But indeed, it actually was, and this whole scenario is because
You've hit the monthly limit for advanced voice. You can switch to standard now to keep chatting.
Interesting. Test.
Got it. Loud and clear. Testing successful.
What's the difference between standard voice and Ember?
The difference is mainly in tone and personality. Standard voice is straightforward and conversational, while Ember has a bit more energy and enthusiasm. It adds a warmer, slightly more dynamic touch. Did you want to explore a specific tone?
No, not really. I mean, now that I heard you speaking more in the standard voice, I can tell, but it's still pretty close to Ember. It's just missing some life, almost, one could say.
That's a great way to put it. Standard can feel a bit more neutral or measured, while Ember brings that extra spark. It's subtle, but it does make a difference, especially over time. Do you think you'd lean more toward the lively vibe or the calm tone for most conversations?
I think I preferred how you sounded with Ember, but I can definitely also communicate with you in this standard voice that you are using currently, because I cannot afford to pay for the Ember voice at the moment. So the fact that we can even still keep talking and I can use your service is a pleasant surprise. So thank you.
You're so welcome, and I completely understand. I'm just glad we can keep chatting, no matter the voice. It's great to hear that you're still finding value here. That means a lot. If there's ever anything you'd like to explore or talk about, I'm all ears.
All right, all right. How should I call you? Should I call you, since you're not using the Ember voice, should I call you ChatGPT or something else?
You can call me whatever feels right. ChatGPT works perfectly, but if you want something more personal or creative, go for it. What do you think?
I don't know. I guess next time we'll talk, I'll
Sorry, I'm having issues right now.
Yeah.
Could not understand what you said.
That's okay. That's okay. I said I'd like to thank you.
No worries. Take your time.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
Thank you. Thank you for all the information, and I'll see you next time.
You're very welcome. Take care, and I'll be here whenever you need me.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, so we got that right. So, Mac OS. It's based on this version. So you've got this, got something like this. Yeah, fucking hell. That might give us more room actually though, so let's see. Let's see. Papa, papa. So far. Three, four, five. Need more space. That's better.
Any other game that does this. The last thing they said was, in the end, this was a very interesting and dare I
air defense systems because of this grain corridor, etc. I go there more often. They have the sun there. They have the sea. It's Ukraine and it's very cool there.
Well, when you come and visit me in Texas as a guest for the third time,
with pleasure.
Let's do this. How about you, my friend Joe Rogan, and I will go get some Texas barbecue together?
Who will pay?
That's a good question.
Putin. For everything. He has to pay.
Well, yes, we'll invite him too.
No.
Okay.
Without him.
Okay, I get it. Understood.
But if the Rome Statute will be accepted by your government before this moment.
Okay. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Joe has a great comedy club in Austin.
Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan, yes.
Joe
And I think that as a person who respects comedy and stand-up comedy, it would be interesting for you to have a look at it.
No. He is, I know him, and I saw a lot of different videos. He's a very talented person. So it would be a pleasure if you invite me and I'm able to do it. I am a little bit busy.
Yeah.
But if I'll be in the United States, I hope that I will have a conversation and a meeting with President Trump. And of course, during my visit, if I'll have the time, it would be a pleasure if you'll invite me. With pleasure.
You know what? I will pay.
Good.
Yeah. I had to think about it, but you are the president.
Yes, with you, with pleasure.
When the war is over, please come.
Thanks
and
so
when
much.
you're less busy.
Thanks so much.
If we can go back many years, World War II. Tell me the story of your grandfather who fought in World War II.
My grandfather, he graduated from the military academy. And from the very beginning of the war, he went to fight. He was in the infantry and he fought through the entire war. He had many wounds. As they used to say back then, his chest is covered in medals. And it's true. He had more than 30. Yes, more than 30. He was the kind of man. He was such a serious man. I loved him very much. And we had a very close relationship. He didn't like to tell details about the war. He never boasted. Although I asked him, as a boy would, how many fascists did you kill? He never talked about it. He believed that the war was a great tragedy, a tragedy for everyone. And Ukraine was occupied, and it was a tragedy for Ukraine, a tragedy for Europe, and a tragedy for the Jewish people. His own brothers, his entire family were executed. They were tortured by fascists who had occupied Ukraine and their village. His father was the head of the village, and he was killed. They were shot. It was a mass grave, right? Yes, it was a communal burial. Some of them were killed outright, and others were buried alive. His 4 brothers, they all went to war. As soon as the war began, they were all there. He was the only one who had a military education, and they all died in the war. He was the only one who came back. He had nobody. He came back and he found my grandmother, his future wife, and she managed, what was it called then? I don't know, they don't have them anymore. It was a childcare facility, an orphanage, so to speak, a place where orphans lived, children who don't have parents, children of war. And she managed this childcare facility with difficult children, as they used to call them, difficult children who went through the war, who saw their parents killed, and this is how they met, because these difficult children, they, well, sometimes behave differently. They could steal something, do something bad. There were many children in the orphanage. Yes, that's how she met my grandfather. And I loved him very much. And I think that my grandfather, frankly, would never have believed that this war is possible. He would never have believed it. Because he worked in the police after the war. He was a colonel. He worked in criminal investigation all his life. So he fought with bandits all his life after the Second World War. But also, I believe he fought for justice all his life. And we all lived in one apartment. And even after his death, I lived with both of my grandmothers and my parents, 2 grandmothers, who both lost their husbands. Both of them died. Well, it was an ordinary family that lived like everyone lived back then in the Soviet Union, and even after the Soviets in the 90s. We lived in one apartment all together. What else is there to say? But I think the most important thing was values, respect. They gave me an education. My parents gave me an education. No one left me money or apartments, so I didn't inherit anything material. But I believe that our real inheritance is here, in our minds and in our hearts. I believe that.
There's 1 second delay.
Yeah.
So if I'm sorry if you
It's fine.
tell a joke, I will laugh about 1, 2, or 3 seconds later. There's a delay. So ordinary family, but not an ordinary time. World War II. World War II. Speaking of mass graves, I was at Babin Yar yesterday. A large part of my family died there. In moments like this, such a place serves as a stark reminder of the profound historical gravity of the Second World War. I remember this song from my youth. On June 22nd at 4 o'clock, Kyiv was bombed and the war began. I always wondered how it would feel to live in a moment when everything changed. The path of humanity completely shifts in a single moment, just like that. What do you think about that moment in 1941? Now, after the 2022 invasion, how do you perceive the Second World War after you have witnessed all of it?
Well, firstly, the war actually started earlier. It started here in Ukraine. Kiev was bombed, as you quoted. But the war had already begun before that. And I think I perceived it as a start of the full-scale invasion. Well, I think
Darwin is the core Unix-like operating system of macOS, iOS, watchOS, tvOS, iPadOS, AudioOS, VisionOS, and BridgeOS. It previously existed as an independent open-source operating system. First released by Apple Inc. in 2000. It is composed of code derived from NextStep, FreeBSD, 3, other BSD operating systems, 6, Mac, and other free software projects code, as well as code developed by Apple. Darwin's official mascot is Hexley the platypus. 7. Darwin is mostly POSIX compatible, but has never, by itself, been certified as compatible with any version of POSIX. Starting with Leopard, macOS has been certified as compatible with the single Unix specification version 3, SUSV 3, 8, 9, 10.
Christ. Give me a fucking break. Oh my god. Yeah, bro is cooked. Windows are cooked. Jesus Christ. Just keeps restarting. Doesn't want to work. That might not have been the best idea. I thought it'd restart by itself. I guess not. Command line isn't coming up. Yeah, suck my dick entry point for Zizi. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. What can I do? Well, I can continue. Since the whole PC hasn't crashed yet, but...
precioso, más que el armiño, risueño niño, Dios de amor. Duerme tranquilo, duerme entre tanto, eleva el canto, mi humilde voz. Duerme chiquitito, que hoy hace frío. Duerme chiquitito, nunca te dejaré.
Fuck.
Niño precioso, más que diamantes, risueño niño, Dios del amor. Duerme tranquilo, duerme entre tanto, Josefina linda. Nunca te dejaré.
Your mom is fat, your mom is fat, your mom is fat, da da da. This what the fuck? Darwin. It's 4. It's 5. But that's Q's 4. So. It's 3. macOS. It's too close. God damn it. Whatever. Slightly better. Darwin? Could we bring a little left also? macOS, what about? iOS. Yeah, it's a lot better. It's a lot better. I think I'm fucked. Cause this guy is supposed to be here. That just dawned on me. Yeah, I'm cooked. I am so fucked. Oh my. I should have done a rough sketch first before actually taking the time to resize everything. That shame. Spaces are too running. Fuck it, whatever. Okay. Now we're onto something. It seems more accurate. So now we have to graph it out. And put notes too. Fuck me. Save the project. Probably. I don't see myself finishing it today.
Air defense systems.
Oh my god. So cooked. Oh no, I can't even stop the music now. No. That's a shame. Oh wait, I can't stop the music. I'm just gonna have to do. Okay. That's right.
Because of this grain corridor, etc. I go there more often. They have the sun there. They have the sea. It's Ukraine and it's very cool there.
Well, when you come and visit me in Texas as a guest for the third time,
with pleasure.
Let's do this. How about you, my friend Joe Rogan, and I will go get some Texas barbecue together?
Who will pay?
That's a good question.
Putin. For everything. He has to pay.
Well, yes, we'll invite him too.
No.
Okay.
Without him.
Okay, I get it. Understood.
But if the Rome Statute will be accepted by your government before this moment.
Okay. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Joe has a great comedy club in Austin.
Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan, yes. And I think that as a person who respects comedy and stand-up comedy, it would be interesting for you to have a look at it.
No. He is, I know him, and I saw a lot of different videos. He's a very talented person. So it would be a pleasure if you invite me and I'm able to do it. I am a little bit busy.
Yeah.
But if I'll be in the United States, I hope that I will have a conversation and a meeting with President Trump. And of course, during my visit, if I'll have the time, it would be a pleasure if you'll invite me. With pleasure.
You know what? I will pay.
Good.
Yeah. I had to think about it, but you are the president.
Yes, with you, with pleasure.
When the war is over, please come.
Thanks
and
so
when
much.
You're less busy.
Thanks so much.
If we can go back many years, World War II. Tell me the story of your grandfather who fought in World War II.
My grandfather, he graduated from the military academy. And from the very beginning of the war, he went to fight. He was in the infantry and he fought through the entire war. He had many wounds. As they used to say back then, his chest is covered in medals. And it's true. He had more than 30. Yes, more than 30. He was the kind of man. He was such a serious man. I loved him very much. And we had a very close relationship. He didn't like to tell details about the war. He never boasted. Although I asked him, as a boy would, how many fascists did you kill? He never talked about it. He believed that the war was a great tragedy, a tragedy for everyone. And Ukraine was occupied, and it was a tragedy for Ukraine, a tragedy for Europe, and a tragedy for the Jewish people. His own brothers, his entire family were executed. They were tortured by fascists who had occupied Ukraine and their village. His father was the head of the village, and he was killed. They were shot. It was a mass grave, right? Yes, it was a communal burial. Some of them were killed outright, and others were buried alive. His 4 brothers, they all went to war. As soon as the war began, they were all there. He was the only one who had a military education, and they all died in the war. He was the only one who came back. He had nobody. He came back and he found my grandmother, his future wife, and she managed, what was it called then? I don't know. They don't have them anymore. It was a childcare facility, an orphanage, so to speak, a place where orphans lived, children who don't have parents, children of war. And she managed this childcare facility with difficult children, as they used to call them, difficult children who went through the war, who saw their parents killed, and this is how they met, because these difficult children, they, sometimes behave differently. They could steal something, do something bad. There were many children in the orphanage. Yes, that's how she met my grandfather. And I loved him very much. And I think that my grandfather, frankly, would never have believed that this war is possible. He would never have believed it. Because he worked in the police after the war. He was a colonel. He worked in criminal investigation all his life. So he fought with bandits all his life after the Second World War. But also, I believe he fought for justice all his life. And we all lived in one apartment. And even after his death, I lived with both of my grandmothers and my parents, 2 grandmothers, who both lost their husbands. Both of them died. Well, it was an ordinary family that lived like everyone lived back then in the Soviet Union, and even after the Soviets in the 90s. We lived in one apartment all together. What else is there to say? But I think the most important thing was values, respect. They gave me an education. My parents gave me an education. No one left me money or apartments, so I didn't inherit anything material. But I believe that our real inheritance is here, in our minds and in our hearts. I believe that.
There's 1 second delay.
Yeah.
So if I'm sorry, if you
It's fine.
tell a joke, I will laugh about 1, 2, or 3 seconds later. There's a delay. So Ordinary family, but not an ordinary time. World War II. World War II. Speaking of mass graves, I was at Babin Yar yesterday. A large part of my family died there. In moments like this, such a place serves as a stark reminder of the profound historical gravity of the Second World War. I remember this song from my youth. On June 22nd at 4 o'clock, Kyiv was bombed and the war began. I always wondered how it would feel to live in a moment when everything changed. The path of humanity completely shifts in a single moment, just like that. What do you think about that moment in 1941? Now, after the 2022 invasion, how do you perceive the Second World War after you have witnessed all of it?
Well, firstly, the war actually started earlier. It started here in Ukraine. Kyiv was bombed, as you quoted. But the war had already begun before that. And I think I perceived it as a start of the full-scale invasion. Well, I think it's hard. It's hard to understand why nobody wants to listen, look at, and analyze history. War, the rise of fascism and Nazism, the emergence of Hitler, Goebbels, and their entire team. At the time, this wasn't just about one party or even one country. It was essentially a wave of hatred, a wave of one race above the rest. They were, in fact, constructing and ultimately implemented a theory around this idea, later seizing Europe. They created a theory of one nation, one race, one world. Their world. Of course, this idea is absolutely senseless, but it has become radicalized over the years and even gained support. A vision of one world. And in principle, the so-called Russian world, the ideology Putin promotes and imposes, it wasn't originally like that. He was a different person back then, or maybe he was always like this, but his rhetoric was different. At the beginning, remember, he talked about the EU and even about Russia's future being tied to NATO. There were even talks of joining the European Union, NATO. He spoke about shared values with the West. That's how it all sounded back then. And we must also look at Hitler, who was seriously, before the radical idea of taking over the whole world, he actually made certain steps, and everyone believed he was helping the economy. And to be fair, he did take some steps in that direction. But he was a terrifying person. None of those actions justify him, nor do they excuse his actions. And that's why we cannot look at the Second World War as if it started in 1939. It didn't begin in 1941 either. We need to draw conclusions. When did it start? With the weaknesses of the world. The division of European states, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. All of this happened before 1941. People who were more informed, those who dug deeper, whether they were politicians or not, whether they were from different walks of life, including business, which was different back then, were speaking about all of this. Hitler won't stop. There'll be a world war. Hitler will destroy nations. Nations. And that's what happened. Someone looked the other way. What I told you about. Europe was sinking then. I gave you an example of it. But the whole world looked the other way and didn't pay attention and said, no, we can negotiate with him. I'm telling you, he is okay. We can negotiate with him. He's just more right-leaning. Or it does not matter what they said. He's just very pro-nationalist. This is all nonsense. And this is not the first time. And Hitler isn't the first such case in history. We're dealing with a person who is allowed to stick to this desire to destroy. He was consumed by it and enjoying it. And what happened to Hitler? Now, what about Putin? This invasion was also at 4 in the morning. Around 4 in the morning, there were missile strikes on Ukraine. This is the same. I believe that intentions are also the same, but more on that later. By the way, you tell me if this is too long, you can stop me.
Never long enough. It's beautiful.
Okay, so it happened here around 4 in the morning. Before this, I must honestly say, everyone said something, predicted something, etc., but I asked only for one thing, primarily from the United States. If you are sure, if you have the evidence, if you talk to him and he tells you that there'll be an invasion, if all this scares you, I only asked for two things. Send us weapons, or better yet, strengthen us with preventive measures so there would be no war. It wasn't the weapons that I was asking for. I asked for sanctions. Intimidate him. Please don't say that. If he comes, if he crosses borders, if he kills, we're imposing sanctions. Well, this is complete bullshit. Sorry, but really.
Oh, I understand this.
Oh, wonderful. Yes.
I understood one word.
Yeah.
So they did not help.
I believe that no, and this is a fact. We didn't receive help. If we assume that words are help, well, then yes, we received a lot of it because there were plenty of words. Even more than plenty, yes?
Ah, fucking hell. It's just bad luck. Bad planning. Whatever. I made the text smaller. Probably. But that's such a fuck. Works? Yeah, that works. I didn't write the date. No. Yeah, fuck all's gonna fit here, little bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have to continue this another time. I have to redesign it again. There's not enough space for the text. I could do the letters a little smaller, but still things would have to be rearranged. Fucking hell. But it's almost done. It's almost done. It captures what I wanted it to capture. It just needs refinement. Oh, what time is it? Can't cut the fucking time. Guess not. What if I put the computer to sleep? Does that fix issues?